Well, trying a little morning streaming today. Morning for me, anyway. Good morning. Got my coffee. Got a backup cup of tea in case the coffee's not enough. It's all good. All right. Hey, Sananda Warrior. How you doing? Okay. First of all, more coffee. Excellent. Okay. Bevy fast tile map. So last time I was taking a look at Bevy sparse tile map. And okay, I think we can deal without that now. Thank you. And its examples, which were very basic, but kind of got me into this whole idea of rendering tiles and how to place them. Figuring out how the difference between the length of a side of a tile and its circumference, which was confusing for a little while. But then we got a tile map displaying. Hooray! Tile map. Very complicated, but it works. And we got the hexagon one working. Thanks to the original author of the library, of course, but we got it working for Bevy 0.15, which is good. It's a good little upgrade. So now there's a third example, which uses Bevy fast tilemap as a renderer. And I need to go into Bevy fast tilemap and learn more about how it does that rendering, because it'd be cool to render tilemaps just on the GPU. And I need to go and find out how that all works, basically. Might just do a couple of discords first. So we've got our message and take a screenshot. Wait a minute, let's change our. Okay. And a little bit of Discord action. We will never run out of tilemap libraries. Remove, publish. And we'll cruise along to the Bevy Discord. Sweet. Just get rid of our needle thread announcement. And we're good to go. Nice one. Does is our bot responding to Discord, responding to commands this morning? Yes, the bot is listening. Excellent. Let's do a team shout out just to start the day off. Oh, lots of people on. Who we got? We got EXO. We got Code Rad, Temptic, Symbol, Black Void Titan. Am I following Black Void Titan? There's a lot of new people on at the moment, and I need to keep track of who is who. I am not, but I will. There we go. Done. An alkaline VT. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Teammates are good. Teammates are good. All right. So, Bevy fast tile map. I want your GitHub, please. Where is your GitHub? Oh, it's dashes. That's why. That's kind of annoying. Oh, I've already got this. I just couldn't find it on the search because of dashes. That's why. Save. And we'll go Bevy fast. Tile map. The debate between underscores and dashes shall ring throughout the ages. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we started by upgrading, 15 RC3. Nice one. Render num should be fine. Inspector eGUI. I can't remember what version that's up to. Probably a way to find that out on the command line, but oh, why? Why would you pop that window up? I don't really want that window. I just want to go to the result. Dashes again. The debate. The debate rages on. What have we released? 0.27? 0.27? 0.27 it is. It's interesting that that's a dev dependency. I wouldn't have expected that. But okay. All right. And I think we've probably already attempted a build and failed. So let's go straight into source lib and see what's what. GPU accelerated tile map functionality. Let Rust Analyzer do its thing. Be interesting to see if I get that pop-up error again today. Might have to deal with that in Vim at some point. All right, now. The principle is probably not new, but otherwise nonetheless quite helpful. The whole tile map layer is rendered as a single quad, and a shader cares for rendering the correct tiles at the correct position. It makes perfect sense to me. So, one of my goals for today is find out how that happens and see what the differences are between point 14, which this supports, and point 15 with its retained rendering world, which is scary and new and needs understanding. We're going to get let's get our retained rendering world docs up. Bevy retained rendering world. I'm sure, yeah, here. This looks right. I know that there were some good pictures. No, this isn't the same document. It's linked from the pull request. So let's see if we can find that from the migration guide, maybe. Which needs to stay open because it's super useful. Okay, let's grab that. Okay, and this is the PR, but there was one with a whole bunch of like sketches and documents. This was the adopted one, right? Because there were two, I remember. I feel like there was one with some really good pictures in it. I know that I have asked on Discord before. Let me just find that thread and someone will tell me, hopefully. With any luck, what retained rendering from Bevy. No, what about just from me? Hmm. Why can't I find that? I think it was in the rendering channel. But where? Trouble is when you search on Basi, it also picks up basis because it's trying to be helpful and it's not helpful at all. Huh. Discord's being really annoying this morning. Okay. Let's see if we can find it in the pull requests. It'll probably be closed. There's this one, but there was an original one, I swear. Here we go. Adopted. No? Where was the one that had all of the really useful diagrams in it? Let's go retained in rendering. That's going to be a lot. Here we go. Is there a beginner's guide to understanding retained rendering world? The PR description is really thorough. Oh, damn. No, that wasn't helpful. Let's see here. Okay, let's plunge ahead without the diagrams. There was some really cool illustrations of how you had to sync and then IDs came from both places. Like there's an entity ID and then there's a main entity ID. Anyway, we'll plunge ahead. So we've got lib. Let's look at, I don't know, bundle. It's using mesh 2D handle. We know for a fact that that becomes mesh 2D. But it comes from Bevy render mesh components mesh 2D. Right. So let's just make the, we'll just make the importer do that directly. Which it does. Nice. Okay. Materials. We need a wrapper for the material type, a handle for map C. Oh, I started doing this. What file did I do it in? Was it map material? Is that what I called it? Or map handle, maybe? Yeah, here we go. All right, let's continue with this then, since this makes sense. I did this last session. So we're implementing default from handle for map handle, from map handle for asset ID, and from address of or reference of map handle for asset ID. Okay. Hey, Yag, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm trying morning streaming today. just to see if I like it better. Plus, it's a very gloomy grey day out here and outside here in New Zealand. Okay, so let's see where we get to in this file then. Okay, it doesn't like me using as bind group because of this handle for shader storage buffer. VEC U32. Oh, this one here, map texture, contains the tile IDs 1 per pixel. Okay, so let's look up in the migration guide for shader storage buffer. Aha! The asBind group storage attribute has been modified to reference the new handle storage asset instead. Use of VEC should be converted into assets instead. That's not the best migration note in the world, I gotta say. Maybe for people that already understand it, but I'm sure we'll manage. So it's bad form to use in the main world. So it shares the buffers. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it's the end of a week. Oh, I suppose it's Black Friday in the US. So people will be thronging the stores looking for bargains. We've already had our Black Friday, but it'll continue through the weekend, of course. I did take advantage of it to replace a 7-year-old phone, which was starting to give me warnings about like not doing software updates anymore, which is not good for a person that needs to use their phone for a living. Suddenly not being able to access AWS for work would probably be bad. Okay, so converted into assets instead. Is there a better migration guide here? Usually they're linked on. Oh, you added a new example, but didn't add metadata for it. Which example? Maybe we can learn something. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. Examples. Shader, storage buffers. Okay, let's see here. Colors is buffers add, shaded storage buffer new. Interesting. Do we have an as bind group happening here? Okay, so we're saying instead of values vecf32, we would say storage buffer handle shader storage buffer. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's an example at least, so that's good. Let's lurk, no worries. Thank you so much for lurk. I'm lurking too, but I'm also talking. I just lurk naturally. Okay, so map texture. Interesting. So storage is now storage buffer. Interesting. So let's read the error again. Bevy render storage, shader storage buffer expected. It expected that, but it found reference to VACU32. Is that what read only is? Wait, no, go back. No information available. What is read only? Okay. This is not the most helpful error in the world, but I think I see what's going on. I just don't know how to fix it. So storage 3 read only, storage 100 read only, but it should be a handle to a shader storage buffer. But that says storage. Hmm. Okay, what happens if we just change that type? Oh, yeah, look at these errors coming back in. What the hell? Oh, it makes the error. Oh, hang on. Missing generics. Expected one generic argument. Interesting. Oh, shader storage buffer. Interesting. Cannot find type. Use that, please. Ah, okay. Okay. We're learning. We're learning. It's happening. We're understanding things, sort of, in a slight way. That's okay. All right, shader storage buffer. Okay, so all of this is going to get passed to the GPU. What are we calling this? This is the map. Okay, so the map's getting passed to the GPU as bind group, and it's going to have storage 100. Now that's the size of. Hmm, yeah, I don't understand enough about that yet. But instead of passing VAC-U32s, we're going to pass handle shader storage buffer. Okay. All right, that's a start. It's a start. We're learning. We're learning. Now, map texture is not going to be vec new because that's not going to work. So is there a default for shader storage buffer? Yes, there is. Okay. So would it be better not to do that explicitly? I don't know. Like just say dot dot default. I don't know. I mean, it does kind of hide some of the properties. Would it even work? Like, I'm curious to know. Yes, it would. Interesting. We'll come back to that. I don't know if it's cleaner or if it's actually better to be kind of self-documenting and just have those properties in, even though they're defaulted. Maybe it is. You'd want to use this in consumer code, right? But you wouldn't want to use it in library code, maybe. Okay, let's undo that. But it's good to know that we can default it. Cool. All right. Less errors. Less errors is good. Less errors is good. Now, yeah, cool. All right. Surprised there's not more errors. What on earth? Iterate through the 4 straight neighboring map directions and figure out which of these have negative Z values. Huh. Well, it's well commented. I love that. There's a lot going on in here. Aha. Okay. This is where we're referencing map texture again. Cannot index into a value of shader storage buffer. Makes perfect sense. This is the map indexer. So how would I work with this? Let's look at our example again. Could probably get a better view of this in docsrs. Shader storage buffer. Hmm. Maybe this. Oh, thanks for the follow, Tiger Plush. Appreciate that. Now, my question is, oh, there's no puppies there right now. I'm sorry. they're they're both out causing trouble. They'll be back later. Actually, don't know where they are. Okay, so we've declared it there. Now, how do we actually fill it? What does it take? It's a little distracting to have to read it with the highlights. Actually, why don't we just look at it in the editor, right? Shaders, storage buffer. There it is. Demonstrates how to use a storage buffer with as bind group in a custom material. That's exactly what we're doing. I appreciate that. Thanks for the example. Who wrote this again? I forget. Oh, that's good coffee. Okay, we set up a scene. Oh, we could actually run this so that we could see what was going on, right? Might take a minute because Rust Analyzer is still indexing. If it takes much longer, I will stop it. Come on, Rust Analyzer. You can do it. Okay. All right. So this is the shaded storage buffer example. Nice. It's all running on the GPU. That's what it's doing. Cool. Now, how is it doing it? This is the important question. Got let's just find the as bind group. Yep, derive as bind group, and we've just got storage O read only. So this applies to the same thing as this. It's exactly the same idea, just in practice. All right. Shaded storage buffer seems to be an asset. Yeah. Yep. I think you are correct. I think that was the point behind yeah, prepared as a render asset and then uploaded to the GPU. So this is migrating in point 14 when we were just using vecs of numbers, and now we're using these instead. My question though is, how do we actually manipulate them in code? So this is update. What about setting it? Create the custom material. Well, what's the name of the buffer? Colors. Material handle. Hmm. Material handle clone and transform. Okay, so that's just spawning them. Example data for the storage buffer. Color data is vec with array of F32.4. So these are, yeah. And then colors is buffers add. All right, so we reference it as resmute assets shader storage buffer. And then we've got colors add, buffers add shader storage buffer from color data. Okay, okay. All right, so how do we adapt that to this where we're not storing, as I understand it, we're not storing colors. We are storing, hang on, go back. It's containing tile IDs. Okay. So entity IDs, I guess. One for every pixel. No, because we're not storing one entity per tile. That's not what's going on with this library. Tile IDs. So it's just, it was a vec of U32. So just a number per pixel, which is fine. So now we've got, it's trying to return a vec U32. We actually want it to return a shaded storage buffer. So can I index into a value of shaded storage buffer? Yeah. So get tile at given position is going to return a U32. So what methods do I have for getting stuff back out of a shaded storage buffer? Okay, we're down the rabbit hole now. Set data with size. Maybe our example will help us. Let's keep going. So this is creating it. Spawn. You don't think it's a one-way street? I hope not. I'm sure it wouldn't be, right? So when we're updating it, materials get mute. So we're, oh, you think it's a one-way street? Oh, damn. Shaders only output textures. Okay. So, but we're still maintaining this, this buffer, right? Like it's reading from it as an asset. You probably know way more about shaders than I do. I'm very new to this area. So it's reading it as an asset in the update function. So that's promising to me. That means we can still work with them, right? And we're just feeding it to the GPU. So materials get mute. Buffers, yeah, buffers get mute. Material colors unwrap. Okay. Set data. All right, so it's reading it and then it's setting it. Well, no, wait, it's reading the buffer. It's not necessarily reading from the buffer. See you later. Have a good time. It's getting the buffer that we're working with. And what is material.colors is a custom material. Okay. So we're saying get the shaded storage buffer for this custom material. and then unwrap, which we can avoid, and then set the data. So it's essentially overwriting the data without really reading from it. Hmm. So does that mean in order to work with it, you would need to maintain its data in the main world as well as the render world? Oh, hmm. This might be a Discord question. It seems to me. It's interesting that storage has a read-only component. Component's the wrong word, but argument. Hey, Fanny, how you doing? More than a right back at you. You call buffer get data? Maybe you can. It's got a set data. It doesn't seem to have a get data. But maybe you don't. Oh, geez. Maybe the whole point of it is that it's write only. That seems weird to me. Let's look at the source of the component and see if we can find out more. Um, there is no get, but could you refer to it directly as shader storage buffer data? It's public, so I don't see why not. Um, yeah, maybe that's the way to go about it. So we get back this thing that is this thing that is here. This is our buffer. So you could do like a debug buffer data. How badly would this fail? Cannot move out of, yeah, fair enough. Just vague curiosity as to what happens here. Oh yeah, look at that. You can absolutely get the values. Okay, okay. Now we're talking. Man, look how fast that GPU is updating. I find this so fascinating. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's really interesting to me. Oh god. Party, I know, right? It's pretty. We're looking at GPU rendering and how this all works. It's very confusing to me, but it's all good. I'm trying the morning streams, Fanny. Just having a go at it, seeing if I like it better. Trying a little bit of morning streaming when my brain is relatively fresh, maybe, possibly. Also, I have tea. Now the question is that data updated by the GPU when you run a shader, or is it just the in-memory copy? Right. So I don't think you would want to. See, this is my really weird understanding of retained. I'd usually miss a morning stream, but I have to be up early. Yeah, fair enough. You don't have to. You don't have to hang if you've got stuff to do. But it's nice to see you. My understanding of retained rendering world is there's a sync, right? Like you have to synchronize both sides, the main world and the render world. So maybe it's like you can read it, but you can't depend on it. I don't know, eh? But the point is, it's using the storage buffer in this case for tile IDs. So presumably those wouldn't change, you would think. Like they're always going to be the same. So maybe in this case it's okay, but we should probably find that out. So let's go back to this. We're trying to index into it. But I think what we would have to do is map texture data. Hang on. No. Because what is map texture at this point? Handle shader storage buffer. That's not going to have a data, right? That's going to be, that's the way to get back out of the assets. So if we look at 37, this thing is a custom material handle. The material handle is from res custom material handle, which is this thing here. My goodness. Okay. Hold a handle to the custom material. And then we use that to get the material here. And then we use that in its colors property to get, which would, in our case, would be the map texture. Yeah, this thing. So we would go material, map texture. Okay. So we're holding a copy of this map thing, which has a map texture on it, which is the handle, but we would also need the assets shader storage buffer. How would we get that in a impl? I don't know that we would. How do you manage that when you need to do something that would normally be in a system? Is it like you would need to maintain your own copy of the tilemap indices and then provide a way to just convert them like a from to convert them to a storage shader storage buffer? Maybe that's the issue here. Oh, this is twisting my brain in interesting ways. Okay. So let's look at map a little bit. Customization equals no customization. Okay. So a map indexer internally holds a mutable reference to the underlying texture. Okay. I wonder if in addition, it would need to have like a create tile indices. I'm just completely riffing at this point. I have no idea. And then oh, what? What did I do? Oh yeah. We would have to do something like that. And then we would need to provide a way for those to be converted to a shader storage buffer. So, and this one, again, instead of returning a reference to a vacu32, I think in this case, we would return the shader storage buffer, wouldn't we? actually am not at all sure. Is there an into? No, it's how do we create it in the first place? We create it by doing, let's update with the create. Here we go. Buffers, add shader storage buffer. So you can just return a shader storage buffer from. Can I do that? Or does it have to have a lifetime? Yeah. Can I do this? Interesting. I don't know how far down the rabbit hole I am, but I suspect it's roughly head height. Um, but that's okay. We are creatures that were intended to be out of our depth. And we'll just figure it out as we go along. Okay. So we think our theory is that maintaining a set of tile indices, you would expect that tile indexes don't change, right? That's the assumption we're making. If you've got a tile map constructed of a series of squares, you don't want your tile indexes to change. You want them to be a constant. So um, it makes sense that the thing maintaining it can maintain a list of them and return that as a shader storage buffer. Squares as a shader storage buffer that can be sent to the GPU. So it's really just a question of transport. The concept is still the same. We need the indices, whatever you want. So when I create it, have I screwed things up for myself now by the way that we handle this? No, I don't think we have. I think we're correct so far. This is interesting. Arguably, map itself could maintain its tile indices. So when we go to this definition, no, because this is the as-bind group. So we can't put it on there, I don't think. I want to say we can't. This is the texture. Yeah. I'm going to go with that anyway. So let's go to the next error and see where we get to. Map indexer needs tile indices, right? Okay. So create a map builder for configuring your map. The builder receives the map size, atlas texture, and tile size. Okay. Therefore, map is self. Tile indices, or could we just use default? No, we cannot. That's okay. We don't need it. We don't need it. We can be explicit. We can go tile indices vec. Or just what? What would we do? This? I guess. There's probably a better way to express it, but let's go with this now. So next error. Next error. Cannot index into a value. Right. So this becomes tile indices. What's your problem? Oh, where are we now? Map index and mute. Okay, there's another one. um, hooray. Let's do it again. Oh, great. Tile indices and Vic. What did I say? U32? I think I said U32. Okay. And same deal. Same deal. Oh, so I see. So we do want it to change some of the time. Oh God. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. We're not worried at all. It's going to be fine. Okay. Now we get to things where we're querying handles. We're not allowed to query handles because handles are no longer a component. So we need to use our handy dandy map handle component that we made earlier. Unfortunately, map is customizable, and I didn't know that at the time. What happens if I do this? Nothing. Consider introducing a where clause. I might need that generic argument. Can't compare asset ID map, map C with asset ID map. Right. So does that mean that my naively implemented map handle actually does need to be generic after all? I'm going to say probably yes, right? I thought I could get away with this. You fool. I know. How could I think that that would possibly be the case? How could I think it? How? I've forgotten how to do this, but it's okay. I'll remember. Thud, thud indeed. So, is Lycan streaming the birds this morning? Team shout out time. Oh, we're timed out on the shout outs. Never mind. Soon. He's not up yet. Aha. Okay, so this was we did this in Bevy ECS tile map. Something about material, I want to say. Yeah. And we did handle. Yeah, material tile map handle. So we did it this way. Oh, whoops. So instead of that, we could go. It would be like C, which is a customization. And then this would be C, right? Consider annotating with derived defaults. Let's not do that yet, but it's a possibility. We might need to. Okay. So let's try doing this again. Maybe we don't need a default for map handle. I don't know. Oh, we got ads. No, I just sat down again. But it's really good that you're checking on that because it wouldn't be the first time, right? God. Oh, hey. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. You have to now. Okay. So the reason now that we're returning handle default, that's a problem. Because there's no default on customization, I'm guessing. Right. And from handle map C, like that. Man, the errors from Rust Analyzer are off the hook, off the chain, off the something else that restricts movement in some way. Put them back on the chain. I know, right? Wait, what did I do? Oh, I see. It was just having trouble catching up. Yeah, I've definitely got to fix that. I have no idea how. I suspect it might be trying to analyze as I type, and I really don't want it to. I just want it to happen on save. Um, but yeah, it seems to be freaking out in general. We don't like it when an LSP freaks out. It doesn't it doesn't add to the overall sense of calm and purpose that we try to cultivate. Freaking out in general. Well, that kind of worked. Uh, Missing right tile indices. Well, that kind of worked, right? I mean, it kind of worked. This is good. It's not the vibe. It's not the vibe at all. We have a lack of freakage overall, in general, so to speak. Tea. And the tea bag is accessible. It is not buried at the bottom of the mug, which you never want. It's never a good look. And we extract the tea bag. Thank you. Okay. Now, that's just not a euphemism for anything. Next error, please. Okay, map handle. Thank you. 1 tea a day. Whoa, more agua. Well, I also have this. This is here. It is water with a little bit of lime juice in it. Still to drink tea like mad during stream. Yeah, I know. It's probably bad, but I just it's what I do at the moment. Okay, so this now needs to be map handle this. Like so. No, bad. Expected right paren. Why? Why did you expect right paren? What are you talking about? Oh, just too slow to catch up. Fair enough. Just not helping the eczema? Yeah, I bet not, actually. Um, Definitely more water seems sensible to me. Mesh 2D instead of mesh handle or whatever it is. Mesh 2D handle. Oh, interesting. Really? No, 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 you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I think I screwed this up. Did I screw this up? I feel like I screwed this up. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Magic. Anything else? No. So what's going on here? We don't. This looks wrong, but I can't tell how. It's an asset, isn't it? No, it's a component. Commonly using a color material. Why is it freaking out? Don't imagine this helps, but just out of curiosity. Yeah, no. So what am I missing? Map materials is a resume assets map. Maps is a query. Entity handle map C. Oh, right. Duh. We can't query on components anymore. Doesn't happen. All right. Whoa, we got rid of all the errors. How did we do that? How? How? How did we do that? Are we just lucky? Is it luck? Is it skill? Is it perseverance? Is it dogged stubbornness? I think probably the latter. This is what I think. Definitely the latter. No errors. Okay. So we kind of we've skipped around the issue a little bit by not storing the map indices on the shader. We're storing them on the component, and then we're putting that into the shader using a shader storage buffer. I guess that's okay for now. The alternative would be to read the data for it, but I don't understand how I would do that. Errorless? That's got to be an error. True. Okay. Let's try another one. Let's try maybe map builder. See what all the errors are here. Okay, self map texture resize. Build the map component and immediately initialize the map data with a given initializer callback. The callback will receive a mutable reference to a map indexer. Okay, so map texture is now. See, the trouble is we can't. No, I think this is okay. Because map texture now returns a shader storage buffer handle. So instead of directly manipulating the texture, we need to make sure that when we do update the map indices or the tile indices, that is passed to the GPU. So let's go back to the map definition. When this is called, let's look at references to this. Oh, it's never called? That's not good. um, wait, what? Huh. Okay. Maybe if it's never called, that is the only instance of that string. So why does that function exist? This is on map indexer. Hmm. Okay. So it looks like there's a preference to. It's weird that it wouldn't just say this is never called kind of thing. Why am I not getting a warning about that? So initializer is a function that accepts a map index and mute C. Right. Which is now missing tile indices. Is it possible that instead of doing it this way, I should instead find a way to read from the shader storage buffer and do it that way? Let's just have a look at it real quick and see if that can be a thing. Instead of doing this, But it's not a shader storage buffer. It's a handle to a shader storage buffer. So in order for this to work, I would need to be able to read from assets, Resmute assets, which I don't think I can do in this context. No, I was right. I think I was right the first time. Maybe. um, because if you look at map, texture containing the tile IDs, one per each pixel. But it has to be a shader storage buffer now. Let's read the PR description again. Allows users to create storage buffers in the main world without having to access the render device. It's bad form to use it in the main world. Sharing the same buffers between a compute stage and material shader. We already have examples of this for storage textures. These changes allow a similar pattern to be used with storage buffers. Preventing repeated GPU upload. Allow initializing custom materials using defaults. Can either be initialized with a vec UA of properly aligned data or with the size hint. I guess the difficulty is how do you get it back? Focuses more on the buffer. Is it possible to update the existing buffer instead of creating a new one? This will still result in a new buffer being created in render asset, but it's a potential optimization. I'd prefer if this kept the ability to use a raw buffer with as bind group. Hmm. Okay. Um, Add convenience methods for constructing and setting storage buffer data. So we've got set data and we've got from T for shared storage buffer. Right. So that enables this usage, which makes sense. Okay. And set data. So getting one from a handle means that you have to have assets. You have to have resmute assets shared storage buffer. You can only do that, it seems to me, in a system with access to world anyway. Um, so I can't really see a way around maintaining a separate copy of the indices in the map indexer. Because I can't read from that buffer. I've only got the handle to it. Unless I maintain the buffer in. No, it's got 11 assets. All I can do is maintain a handle to it, which I'm doing. But that doesn't help me get it back unless I'm in a system. Okay. So if we're resizing it, it'll expect so it thinks that map texture is a VAC-U32, but it's not. What it actually is this. Interesting. Where is the map builder? So this is another situation where you've got to maintain. Huh. Well, I guess the map texture could be U. No, it can't be U32 at this stage. It's got to be a handle. Is there a way to ignore parts of a struct from as bind group? Oh, customization like this. If you use a leading thing, does it ignore it? Because that might be a way to do it. Huh. Hmm. I think it does. Like, I don't think that gets passed to the GPU. Let's find that out. Oops. We should fix that. Wonder if someone already has. Let's find out. This is in as bind group HTML. Pull upstream main. You'd think the CI, don't we have like a typo CI? I feel like we do. Maybe it missed it. GCB fix typo. Let's look for the string. So it supports and optional. It supports and. Yeah, there you go. Any other typos while we're here? Just do a quick scan. Note that fields without field level binding attributes will be ignored. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. We can store it on the map. We just need to remember to convert back and forth. Yeah, okay. So we do all our manipulation on the indices field. And then when it comes to actually rendering it, we need to create a storage buffer, shader storage buffer. I guess. Hopefully. Finds it as uniform, much like the field level uniform attribute. The difference is conversion is done. Stored as part of the as bind group call. Useful if data needs to be stored. Illustrating combining multiple field level uniform attributes with the same binding index. Can also be equivalently represented with a single struct level uniform attribute. Okay, let's try that. What file are we in? Wine group RS. What? Did I save? Here we go. Stray, fix stray character. Oh well. And. Got to fix these little errors as you find them, even if it's just a single character. Document tag. Rendering. Trivial. Anything else? I think that's all. What's B again? There isn't one. Oh, okay. Hopefully the CI passes on a one character change. Leave that to run. Okay. Pedantic? Maybe, but these things matter. Bevy fast tile map. Wait, what? All right. Goddamn hyphens. Okay. So let's go back to map and refactor it for storing the tile map, the tile indices on tile IDs. We should call it that, not tile indices. Yeah, tile IDs. So 50. Hang on, maybe these are all the ones that are being used but not being passed to the GPU, right? So if we look at the docs, this field is ignored. Yeah. Fields without field level bindings will be ignored. Perfect. So let's go tile IDs. And we'll add a comment just to make things clear. So it's going to be a vec u32. Maintains the tile IDs, which will be with which we create a shader storage buffer. Okay, so now we've got to change everything. Yeah, so map texture is default, but now also we need tile IDs. So we'll put them in the same order every time. Actually, no. Let's put it after map texture. Let's be organized. In which case up here, do it like that. See how we feel about that in general. Okay, now That means we're going to change a bunch of stuff in here, but that's okay. Um, right. So where are my errors? No, there must be errors. Let's see. Let's look for tile indices because that is no longer a thing. Map tile IDs. Map tile IDs. Yeah, better. Definitely better. Um, this needs to come out. And this needs to be map tile IDs. This comes out. Morning, Matt Bird's Quest. How you doing? Good to see you. We're in the weeds of Bevy tilemaps once more. You're good? Nice. I'm guessing you can hear me, although you've got your you've got your mute icon on. What's next? Okay, so we've got all the instances of that. It's all good. I was just letting you know because I often forget it's there. Oh, it keeps turning itself back on. Bummer. Weird. Good old Twitch, eh? Good old Twitch. Okay, that seems fine. So now, what other errors have we got? That seems fine. Twitch is better than OBS. Oh yeah, OBS is a hard product to maintain though. Lane, who maintains it, hangs out a little bit on the indie game devs team chat, and I can imagine how difficult it is to have so many people using that thing. Now, so next file, we'll have some errors in that now. Map builder. So we don't have any references. Oh, yes, we do. Okay, so this needs to be map tile IDs, resize. And then in addition to doing that, we would want to update the value of storage. So self map storage equals set data. Or just equals. Let's try this. Self map map texture. All right. Oh, that's on the indexer. So maybe actually you do it in the initializer, except that the initializer is. So does that mean the initializer is always responsible for updating it? That feels fragile. Hmm. What if we just did it here? Um, equals. No, because um, we still need the assets, right? In order to create the hmm, how do we do this? Don't need that anymore. I do need shader storage. Shader storage buffer from color data. That just returns a self. It's the buffers add where you get the handle. It just insists that we have to have, anytime we render it, we have to check and see that the shader storage buffer has been updated with whatever's in tile IDs. Emo. Jazzy Jam. Oh, okay. All right. Won't do this here, but this does not update the shader storage buffer. Oh, the errors are off the chart, which must be done prior to sending to the GPU. And what's the problem here? No field name map texture. Is that a LSP error? Yeah. Okay. So we're passing that in to the initializer. Update inverse projection. What does that do? Okay. Don't fully understand that, but that's okay. Let's continue through the builder. Any other errors, first of all? No more errors. So self build and initializer. Map index and mute. Right, so I think we would have to do it here. Yeah. Update storage with the contents of tile IDs. So we go M is the map indexer. Okay. So we should really just provide a method on that for doing this. I mean, it would be something like M map storage equals. But we still don't have assets. Shit. How do we do this? I need to be able to get a resmute to the assets. How do I have access to that? At what point do we render this? I feel like that's where we need to know. So let's look at references to build and set. In the examples, when you spawn it, I guess. The only way I could see it happening would be like mute buffers. I wonder if maybe you pass it into the builder. Maybe that's what it does. Hmm. Have we even created it yet? That's the thing. Maybe you would have to create it in the startup. Hey, thanks for the link, Matt. I appreciate it. Um, yeah. So I think it has to come into the builder. So we need to create. So if we look at the example, it's saying we're adding a buffer for the color data. But I think to do this right, we would have to pass a reference to the buffers. This is a kind of thing I might get a code review on. See if someone can advise me better. I know. I think Charlotte wrote the PR for this. Maybe she has some ideas. So let unless you would just create it with some fake data, but I think you would have to. No, that doesn't make sense. When it's doing updates, It's writing directly to the map. And it's getting the materials from ResMute Assets map. Let's just see how this works. It would be a reference to ResMute Assets shader storage. This feels like a bad idea. Well, let's give it a go. Because it would retain that reference. And it just feels weird. We're going to have some ads in a sec. Don't think I need another cup of tea yet. I'll stick with this one. At some point, it's going to have access to it's got access to the handle atlas texture with a handle image. Maybe it also needs access to the buffer with a handle shader storage buffer. And that way it wouldn't have to hang on to a reference to the assets, which feels weird. So let's go to the definition for that. Unused, yep. There's the ads. I have no camera on. There we go. May as well plaster my ugly mug back on the screen. The map is going to be that. And we may as well set the I don't see how you're going to be able to work with assets. I think you have to create the asset in the system and then pass the handle back in to the map builder, right? In which case, you need to do that first. Oh man, how does this work? It's like when it gets passed to the GPU, you want it to update its own its own storage. In order to make it work, you would have to, instead of doing this doesn't make sense to me. You would build and set, and then you would add a step that would be like buffers map map storage. Is it map storage? What is a map? It's a map. Storage. Why can't I access that? Um, equals buffers add. Hmm. Equals buffers add shader storage buffer from map tile IDs. Oh no, just map tile texture, since we created a function for it. I think that might need to be a let sum. It's almost like you would provide a an update function for this. But I don't see how you get around doing the buffers add thing because it has to be created as an asset now. Okay, let's go back to map builder. Get rid of the additional argument. Okay. That should be better now. No, I've updated it. Stop it. Update yourself, damn it. Okay. Hopefully it'll get there eventually. Okay. So we set the storage, but it feels like we would need to do that every time we change something. And I don't see how we guarantee that. I don't get how that happens. Never mind. Let's just keep going down this road because I feel like it leads somewhere better. So we're saying instead of trying to pass in buffers, which would be, it feels really weird to be passing in a reference to a mute that's going to be to a resource that's going to be stored like that. That doesn't make sense to me. But it does make sense to store the handle to the shader storage buffer, which is what we're doing on 15. So very similar to this. Yeah. So I guess we'll add a comment to say in 0.15 and beyond storage is now a handle shader storage buffer. And no longer supporting VEC U32. We therefore maintain the tile IDs in tile IDs, which is not sent to the GPU. Tile texture reads those IDs and returns. Oh, actually, we don't need that. Map tile texture is a shader storage buffer. A shader storage buffer. I don't know if this is ergonomic or not, but it I guess it's what we'll do for now. So we're still accurately maintaining a list of tile IDs, but every time we render, we need to check and see if those have changed, I guess. Or any point at which we used to manipulate storage, we need to update tile IDs. Okay. So let's look for issues. Does MapRS still have any errors? No. Map Builder, is that currently error free? Yes. Let's look for uses of storage. What does set do? Oh, this is the one where we had to change it to tile IDs. Okay. So what about uniform? How many errors have we got in here? Size of the map, size of the tile axis, atlas, size of each tile, default. Actually looks pretty clean. And any references to storage? No. Okay, cool. Happy about that. Very happy about that. Might be time for a team shout out. Mix Sauce Studio. Hey, they're streaming. I haven't seen their stream in ages. They're from the UK. Doing some game dev over there. Very, very cool. Happy about that.
So we just have it.
Oop, don't want to actually play someone else's stream. Okay, cool. So that doesn't seem to need any immediate changes. Happy for now. There might still be issues with retained render world that I haven't diagnosed yet because they're not going to show up as errors. They're just going to be there. So hopefully we're not keeping any entity IDs where we don't belong. We'll just have to find out. Okay. So let's see where else we need to change things. What about shader? Oh, all that does is include tilemap shader WGSL. All right. Well, let's at least read it. Whoa, stop that. Stop that. See how complicated this is. Oh, and there could also be errors here from things that have been moved, because I know that a lot of the rendering stuff got refactored. This is obviously broken though. What LSP is attached right now? WGSL analyzer, which is probably broken, but maybe not. And then Rust analyzer. Found colon. I don't think Rust analyzer should be attached. Let's do a quick look for mesh 2D bindings in the migration guide, or even WGSL. No. No changes there maybe. Okay. Let's try, what else we got going on in here? So it takes a ton of information. It's got the storage. It thinks that storage is an array U32. Is that going to be a problem now that it's a handle? Let's look at the example that was provided in the PR and see if it has a shader attached to it. Oh, did that pass? Yeah, it did. Okay. Go back from here to this one. And see if we added a shader. Asset shader. Yeah, here we go. Storage buffer. So colors was the name of theirs. Color vec4 f32. Right, so it's just a number type. That should be fine. I think. Will it need? Well, I guess we'll only really know when we start running it, right? Because it's being passed as a handle storage buffer, but hopefully this conversion will is it still var storage? Var storage read, which is interesting. Group 2 binding 0. Did those change? Group 2 binding 100. Yeah, that's right. I think array U32. Just no size on the array. All right, let's read on. Let's read on. Let's look at what we're doing. The vertex shader is passing along the UV coordinate. And then index to position. There's a bunch of stuff going on in here. World to tile offset. So none of this should need to change just because we change the way that the tile indices are being maintained, as long as we create the storage buffer before passing it in, I think. Sample tile at, sample tile direct. Get tile index. Render dominance overhangs. Okay. Now, what have we got warnings here? Code is inactive. FDF, fair enough. And the fragment shader. Ooh, this is a long shader by my standards because I'm a noob. Confusing though. For invalid tile, assume low index so almost everything overlaps. All right. Okay. Well, interesting. I want to say it probably should work with what we're doing, but let's just go with it for now. So we've moved the shader storage buffer to be maintained in the system by doing this. Okay. And then we just spawn it as normal. Updating it could be interesting as well. So I feel like we're going to have to do much the same thing in order to ensure that um, hmm, changes that we've made to tile indices or tile IDs are also persisted across to the GPU. And I guess the expensive way of doing that would be to do it all the time. Whereas the cheap way of doing it would be to check and see if the IDs have actually changed and only update if they've changed. For example, is this update changing storage? It doesn't look like it is. Map, index, and mute. Let's look at what that does. Oh, that just gets the indexer. So what are we doing with that? mset. Okay. So it feels like the safe approach would be to do this to update from tile IDs every time, but hmm. Okay. So what would that look like if we did it? We wouldn't have to change the handle, but we would have to change the buffer, right? So if we look at the example, this one, on update, it grabs a copy of the buffer as a get mute, and then it uses buffer set data. Okay. Hmm. And because we're just using it to maintain a list of tile IDs, that might not be very expensive. Map. Oh, I see. There's more than one map. Okay, so we do have to do this here. Maybe a reference to map storage? No, that is what it is. Okay, so that's the buffer. Um, in theory, I could pass the buffer. No, we just need to update the tile IDs. Update the tile IDs in case they've changed. Potentially slow, unnecessary. Do we need a marker to determine whether the IDs have been updated? Um, yeah. Buffer set data map tile IDs. No, map texture, tile texture. Really? That worked? Yeah. Okay. Seems easy to forget to do this. Is there a way to automate it? Okay. Yeah, it feels like generally speaking, people are going to need to find ways to update their storage without necessarily always having access internally in their type to an asset, right? To an asset resource. But maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's a really simple way of doing it, and I'm just not seeing it. Okay, what other errors do we get? If I try and run this, what happens? It explodes? Probably. Almost certainly. Let's just look at the errors. Cargo run example. Actually, don't even need that. It should break badly. Okay, so let's look at bundle. Derive bundle clone. Handle map C is now map handle C. Materials add map. Wait, what? What am I doing? Oh, okay. Um, so we're returning self. Materials is an unmute assets map C. Wonder if I could do something similar. So it is okay to pass in a reference like that. Hmm. Okay, materials add map handle. Map? Oh, expected struct map handle C found handle. Try wrapping the expression and map handle. Oh, right. Other way around. Duh. Like that. Okay. Same problem here, I guess. And this is now that. And same problem. Yep. Anything else going on in there? No. All right. Let's try another run. What's this? Oh, could elide the lifetime. Now, I need to remember how to do this. Um, is it just that? No. I've done this before. I just can't remember how. Um, we'll leave it for now. There's a few examples from when Bevy upgraded to do this. So we'll figure that out. Camera 2D bundle needs to be, well, that's deprecated, so we can leave that for a sec. This looks like it's broken. No field storage. Okay. User data is available. Bevy fast home map. Hmm. Why? What? Method not found in map. Build and set. So map is a map, which is one of these, which definitely has a storage. Oh, it's called map texture. That'll be why. Oh, great. Okay. Um, this was not going to be. This was This was never going to be easy. Yeah. Maybe I do need to pass in the reference to assets after all. Really, it's private. It's pub crate. Oh. Oh. It needs to be pub. Not anymore, it's not. Unless maybe it needs to be changed in more than one place. No, those are the only places. You still think it's private? Or have you just failed to update? No method name tile texture. Of course there's not. That is on the builder, right? All right. If that's the case, then I guess we create it here for now. So shader storage buffer from tile IDs. Oh, of course you can. And you will probably fail to update, even though I've changed it because you're cached or some stupid thing. And of course, map is partially moved. Ah, boy. Tile IDs does not implement the copy trait. What about clone? Okay. We're happy with that. We cannot query for a handle map. We need to query for a map handle. Oh, I have to do that? Really? Oh, that's painful. Can we not have a default for it? I think this is the question it was asking me earlier. No field storage because it is tile texture. Oh, Okay. And again, shader storage buffer from map tile IDs clone. Oh, I've got to add it. So we're going to be continually creating shader storage buffers every frame. That feels bad. No, that's not right. What am I doing? Can I not just do this? Yes. Okay. So now this. Surely change map doesn't have to be generic. We must have a way to provide a default. That is not a doc list item. Okay. So C, provide a default for it. Customization equals no customization. Like that. Okay. Starting to get somewhere, I feel like, maybe. Does not need to be mutable. Right. Okay. What about this? Oh, that's just the camera. Yeah, we can change that. This and this. All right. What new hell can we can we discover if we try to run it? Holy crap, it ran. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but it ran. Wow. Various issues, just doing frame times. Yeah, it doesn't draw anything, but hey. Adapter. Yeah, it's just a usual error for Wayland. Interesting. So it doesn't draw anything, but it runs. This is good. We like it. We like that a lot. Now we've got a problem because we don't know why it's not drawing anything. Let's get rid of frame time for now. Oh, World Inspector plugin. There you go. What's your problem? Oh, not initialized in some way? Hmm. Interesting. Let's just take it out for now. All right. So we're now creating a shader storage buffer on initializing. We're filling it full of data. And we're sending it to the GPU. The shader might need to change in order to read that data because you can't really debug these the same way. So if we look at the shader, I'm just wondering if map texture, just wondering if that definition needs to change. It's vast storage, and so if we look at Bevy assets storage buffer, and we've got location 1 color. So these are different bindings. Oh, vast storage read. There we go. Colors. Group 2 binding O. The vertex shader. We have 5 colors in the storage buffer, but potentially many instances of the mesh. So we use the instance vertex to select a color from the storage buffer. I wonder if that's part of what we're looking at here. Maybe we should look at the way, because colors is array vec4 f32, whereas ours is just array u32. It does have a size on it. Let's see what we do in the vertex shader to map texture. Oh, we don't. Yeah, we don't do anything to it. Okay. So what could be leading to nothing showing up? Why don't we just go through and look at areas where we use map storage directly? Um, let's go dot storage. No, dot map texture. Only in the examples. Okay. What happens if we don't do that in the update function? Just out of curiosity. Nothing. Good FPS though. Shoot. Okay, you know what? Just to be super paranoid, let's check out the branch. Git stash, GCM, cargo clean, cargo run, example updates, and see what happens on Bevy 14, just to make sure that it is supposed to display something. I'm sure it is. Take a little bit. Because we could be hitting something with the retained rendering world as well. Oh, well, yeah, it is. Okay. Whoop. What the hell? The FPS is shit, but it is displaying something. Those characters. Uh, oh my god, it's slow. So slow. Why is it so slow? Certainly not lightning fast. Mind you, we're running in debug mode, but still. Shouldn't be the GPU. The GPU is pretty damn good. Let's just compare it in release mode. See what kind of effect we get. It's been interesting learning about shader storage buffer, though. I think finding an ergonomic way to work with that is definitely going to be interesting. Just sort of the way in which custom struct interacts with assets resources. Understanding that, I think, will lead to some good stuff for me. So see how we go there. Okay, definitely faster. We got frame FPS 412. Yeah, so it was all debug slowing us down. Certainly fast. FPS 406. Yeah, nice. So debug was the dividing line there. Okay, so this is what it's supposed to look like. Interesting. Frame time 2 milliseconds. Okay. All right. Well, it's good to know that that's what it does. Now let's go back to our branch and get stash pot. And then we'll run the same example with release, just out of curiosity. I don't think it'll display anything at all. Just in case it was like mind-numbingly slow. I think separating separating map texture and tile IDs has caused a breach here, but it could also be retained rendering world, so we'll figure it out. Oh, Bevy app's wrong. We've got 14 in there. We need to look at that. We've got two different versions of Bevy happening. Might just need a cargo clean, but it could be another dependency. So let's figure that out. Definitely shouldn't have any Bevy 14s. It's probably one of the dependencies. Why would it compile inspector eGUI for release? Weird. It's like compiling two different versions of Bevy. No wonder it's slow. How big the target directory is right now. Okay, so definitely no. We've got FPS 1000 because it's not drawing anything. Okay, cool. First of all, let's figure this Bevy 14 business out. Rand num Bevy inspector eGUI. Oh, maybe that's where the dependency is coming from. Let's get rid of it. Okay, so cargo clean. Cargo lock for now. And we'll do a clean build. Not with release. And we should see no Bevy 14s, hopefully. That's the theory. I don't see any. Would it matter? I don't know, but we may as well get rid of it. Okay. And we got frame times of 232 with a blank screen. Okay. Let's go with want to understand I think updates. I think this is correct. So we'll do it for now since it doesn't seem to change the outcome. Let Rust Analyzer do its indexing thing. Just about ready for another cup of tea. I think there's an ad break coming up in a sec. Okay. And how do we diagnose what's going on? Is there anywhere that we're referring to the map entity that we need to adjust? Let's look at the pull requests migration guide. Retained rendering world. Extract component plugin. Previously, if you spawned an entity with world spawn, command spawn, or some other method, it would be despawned at the end of each frame. Your old code could leak entities. This can be mitigated by either re-architecting your code to no longer continuously spawn entities, or by adding the Bevy render temporary render entity component. Entities tagged with temporary render entity will be removed at the end of each frame. Extract component plugin has been changed to only work with synced entities. Entities are automatically synced if component to extract is added to them. Be careful when only removing extracted components from entities in the render world. There is no longer a one-to-one mapping from entity IDs to entity IDs. Do we use get or spawn as a matter of interest? No. Add this to your app. And then spawn one or multiple maps. using? Okay. Hmm. What happens on just a cargo build now? Nothing. All right. So how could I track down why nothing is getting sent to the screen? I wonder if it will be worth testing one of the other examples as well, just to get a comparison. So I want to search on entity. No support for rotating or scaling the entity holding the map. Global transform of the entity holding the map. This is currently redundant. Identity. We got an ad break. I am going to make another cup of tea. Right, that's enough of those ads. And we have tea. One thing I was going to do was look at the example that had Bevy sparse. Yeah. Examples using this library. How do they actually render? They render spatial bundle, map bundle, insert fast tile map. Huh. I see. So we make a component that has this on it. Map bundle managed, new, map, new materials. And where is the map? Oh, map builder. Okay, here we go. All right, so in theory, you could use the same approach. Just create your, it's not trivial, is it? Map spawned option. Okay. All right. Well, let's look back at our example. Oh, what is troubleshooting? Relies heavily on shader logic. Also relies heavily on GPU floating point math. Reduce matrix multiplications. Vertex interpolation. Your tile atlas in particular can have a huge influence on whether this issue appears. Avoid custom meshes. Stay clear of weird camera zoom values. Huh. Okay. That's the isometric example. Meshes don't have to be rectangles. Screenshots for more. So when we were doing updates, it should look like that, which is true. It did. It was not all visible, but that's okay. Maybe I was supposed to zoom. Ah, maybe I was supposed to zoom. Okay. How would I find out if I was getting a shader error? How would I know? Like if I looked at updates, how would I know if the problem was in the shader or in the code? Surely the code would be the most obvious thing. So it gets past a handle to the shader storage buffer. And then we spawn it. When we spawn it, We pass it a map bundle managed new with materials as mute. So could we not also pass it buffers as mute? Okay, let's explore that. If it needs assets for one thing, it might need assets for the other. Oh, not maps. Assets. Hmm. Shader storage buffer. All right. So does that mean that this needs to start tracking a buffer? Map bundle managed. Bundle of components you should typically have for a map. Oh, it's deriving a bundle. I wonder if that's a bad idea too. Probably have to change it for required components, but let's see if we can get it working without. Um, so buffer would be because it's a it can't be a handle. It would have to be a wrapped handle, like map handle C. So instead, we could create the type. I mean, we could do this, all of this. Oh, the errors are many. Storage buffer. No, 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 no. Shader storage buffer. Thank you. What is your problem? Foreign type. What foreign type? What have I done? Oh, I've done something good. Ample default for storage buffer handle. Storage buffer handle. Oh, wait a sec. No, that's right. I think. What the hell? Oh, I mean, that's true. Ah, there we go. No, no. This should be shader storage buffer. Nice. Wish there was I need a snippet for this. Uh, okay. Oh, it can be derived. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. That seems all right. I presume it's not possible to derive the one up here because it's generic. Okay. Seems good. I mean, sort of. So we'll get rid of that and then we'll go. This is a storage handle, storage buffer handle. Buffers add storage buffer. No, shader storage buffer from map tile IDs clone. Badness. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we'll go pub storage buffer. Or actually, we were calling it tile texture. I don't know if we map texture. I don't know if we want to stick with that. Feels weird. But okay. Shouldn't it just be called tile IDs? Let's just keep calling it. I don't know. Let's just keep calling it map texture for now. No. I don't know. Storage buffer handle. Okay, well, that's interesting. All right, so there'll be another error somewhere. Um, Map bundle managed. Right. So that's interesting because now when we query it, we'll have access to that um, storage buffer. At least we'll be able to query it. When we actually do the spawn, it feels like we'll need to update. The map is getting spawned as well. So since we have the assets, actually we could stop making that mutable. And although maybe we need it to be mutable in order to pass it in. I don't know. Let's find that out. So we'll go back to new. Feels like this will need to be mutable. Oh, I see. So it doesn't actually. Right. Map handle materials add map. So it feels like let buffer handle or that map texture equals this. And then map texture um, map texture equals map texture. Oh no, actually that has to be the original handle. So hang on. And then this would be storage buffer handle map texture. So I guess, hmm, I guess the concern is that um, well, at least it abstracts a little bit of that manipulation that you have to do in the system away. So that's good. At least when you create it. So now looking at this, I wonder if that map needed to be Asmute as well. I don't know that it's necessary to spawn an additional shader storage handle as a component when you've got it stored on the map anyway. That might be unnecessary. But I don't really expect this to change anything. It does feel like maybe we could do something in the map indexer that would get past buffers, and then we could do updates in there as necessary. I wonder, one thing we could do would be to debug buffer data here. May as well just run that to see what happens. Okay, so these are all zeros. That would kind of explain it. And actually we don't even, oh, oh God, it's horribly slow. And we don't even have a window yet. Okay. Um, okay. Oh, it's finally opening a window. That's kind of funny. Okay, go away. Oh, I hope this doesn't destroy my machine. It's getting really slow. I think all I did was close the terminal window. I didn't actually, I mean, close the buffer, the Vim buffer. Let's do a quick BTOP and see what's going on. We've got OBS using most of things, and my overlay using way too much memory as usual. And otherwise not too much going on, but this window is not closing. Is there a weird Bevy process? Rust Analyzer using 2.3 gigs. Is it ever going to respond to, let's move this off screen. Is it ever going to respond to input? Is the question. Let's try it. Nope, it's still dead. I'm slightly concerned that my GPU is just going to die at some point. It does seem crashed. Let's look at fkill. Bevy, maybe. I wish I'd hit Control C. Oh, hang on, it's gone. It finally responded to commands. Okay, that's good. We're happy about that. We are happy about that. Okay, so where are we at? We can abstract this away by passing the buffer into map bundle managed new. I don't know that we can do it here. But it seems clear that even with or without this update, it doesn't display anything. I don't know if that's because of me, because of the change to the shader, or because of something to do with the retained rendering world. Query map handle looks correct. Actually, maybe we should find that out. We got rid of the debug, right? Yeah. So let's maybe there isn't, maybe it's not finding a map handle. So that would be involved with this. Let's go to there. Pub material is map handle C. Okay, so it's spawning a bundle with a map handle C. Therefore, we ought to get at least one map. We can do that by debugging a count, right? Or at least something stupid like debug. Yeah. Map found. We'll get rid of these. Give this a quick run and see if it dies. Oh yeah, we're getting a map. Okay, so that's good because that would have been stupid if there was no map and we were just, yeah, just not doing things correctly. Now we're going to get a map handle. Does that need to be map handle O? That would be a no. Unless it's just despicably slow. No. Okay, so bring these back. I think that was correct actually, but I just don't know that it improves things terribly for us. Yeah, there's only those 3 mentions. I wonder if it's in use elsewhere that I need to adjust it for. Let's just see what's happening in the frame times. Yeah, pretty slow. But still not drawing anything. It feels like it thinks it's rendering something. We could also debug the map just to see what's going on in there. Right. What about map? Isn't this what killed us last time? Map texture, I guess. We'll kill it pretty quick. Okay. It's a strong handle to a shader storage buffer. Let's do that again. Get the actual output. by moving the window out of the way. Okay. Is it index generation O, index 0, path none? What else might we need to know about? We can it's setting the data. I don't my theory is that in this example at least that information is not going to change. So let's just take that off the table for now. So what are we actually doing? We're getting an index and moot. And then M set is setting X, Y, and I. So let's go here. Wait a minute. What if we need to update this at the end? Nope. I thought I was onto something for a minute there. Damn it. It does kind of make sense though, right? What would happen? What does MStat actually do? Self map tile IDs. Right, it sets tile ID. Oh, so we do need okay. You know what? We have to update the shader when we do this, right? Don't we? I feel like we do. It feels really expensive, but who knows? Maybe it's cheap. Let's go. We don't want. We want a mutable reference to the buffer, which is going to be. Is it going to be a shader storage buffer or is it going to be an asset shader storage buffer? Like that. Feel like it's going to be an asset. In which case, self map texture. Oh no, that already is the correct value. We're just going to modify the buffer. In which case, we might be able to get rid of tile IDs if I understand this correctly. Buffer set data self map tile IDs. Maybe clone? Not sure. Expected type found a trait. I feel like it's going to be an nmute shared storage buffer, right? This would be really cool if it worked. I need somebody's advice on like whether it's really expensive to do this. Um, okay, we got problems up here too. Oh, all over the place. Okay. Okay. All right. Matt, set. Where's set UVec? Oh, I see. Oh, so set UVec needs to take one as well. Okay. And then references. Don't care about the ones and examples for now. I do care about this and this. Okay, so builder build in set needs to take the buffer as well. Oh, so build in set will be able to do this. Interesting. Okay, so now in build and set, I need to get the buffer. So we won't do it there because we'll be doing it in map itself. Oh boy. Actually, hang on. Let's just leave that alone for now and get the buffer. Ah, we haven't added it yet. From oh man. So many things. It's hard to know which one needs to be done first. While I think about it, let's do a shout out. Ooh, Ujank. I don't even know if I'm following them. Oh, yes, I'm. Nice. Lots of people on today. Bad Cops on. Irish John. How could you not like Jaren? Legend. Legend. Okay. So it's almost like you would just create a new one, right? Expected mutable reference, and I found an enum. Interesting. I certainly did not mean to give you an enum. Oh, this is the handle. Get mute buffer handle. Still found an enum. Why is that an enum? Oh, right. Definitely shouldn't be using unwrap all over the place, but let's do it anyway. Okay, so build and set now takes a buffer, and we'll stop passing a buffer to map bundle managed. And start doing it that way. And then we can take this away. Yeah. And then this now gets the buffer. And then it sets. What is the issue here? Very complex type used. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Very complex type. Elide the lifetime, which we'll do later. What is your problem with these? Expected 3, found 2. That's because I've changed it. You should now be updated. Cannot find a value map in the scope. Oh, right, because we don't have it yet. Okay. This will still break, but let's just see how it breaks. Uh-oh. It's slowing to a crawl. This is not a good sign. Oh, no. Is everything about to crash? This is the question we need to ask ourselves. Oh, no. Stop. Please stop. Oh, God. If the stream goes away, you know why. Why would this be happening, I wonder? Everything is just going to freeze, isn't it? I mean, the CPU's not doing too badly, but there's definitely no window, which is not a good sign. I think the GPU is likely to be doing some seriously bad things right now. Now I can't even get out of BTOP. Oh no. It's all going to custard. Quit that buffer. I mean, them still responding. This is good. Try and kill this terminal window. It's not looking real good. I don't even know if I'm still broadcasting at this point. Oh no. It is not able to create this window. I could try and quit out of this, but wow. Now I'm just try and quit that buffer and see if a window eventually shows up. I mean, if I look at BTOP, is there a Bevy process somewhere in here? It'd be interesting to run NVTOP actually and see what it's trying to do. We do have GPU activity, but nothing like what you would expect, right? Oh, actually, this is GPU 0. Oh, yeah, that's the Radeon. It's using nice low temp. It's using a little memory, but not much. So it's certainly not blowing it out. In terms of processors, hang on, let's get out of this if we can. In terms of processors, it's using OBS, Chrome, Wayland. I think maybe this one. The overlay is just using the graphics card. Discord, double L mirror, which is part of my stream setup. And the example, oh, here it is. Okay, so it's processed 260,787. I could just kill it, I guess. It's using 99% of its core CPU and 19 meg of GPU memory. But really nothing in terms of GPU processing. It's just sitting there, refusing to open a window. Okay, well, let's try killing it with F9. Sig kill. Yeah. I noticed a little fan spin down, so that's good. All right, so don't do that is the moral of the story. Don't do that at all. That's a bad idea. Let's see. How can we investigate further? We've discovered that we can pass the buffer to we can pass the storage buffer to the set function and use that to update what's getting set. So one option, well, we can't run it debug because we can't get the window to open. Why are we getting, why? Method defined here, what? Update mesh if map attributes change. What's map attributes? Huh. Per vertex attributes for map. So I could also update it. Huh. I could update the buffer if the tile indices change. In fact, I don't even know if I need tile IDs anymore. This does not update the shader storage buffer. I wrote that. But maybe... What is this warning that I'm getting? I don't understand. What is E0061? Invalid number of arguments when calling a function. Where though? Oh, probably from all the other examples. Yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. So where are we getting stuck? I could try to debug into this. I don't know how much success I'd have. I can't even get the window open. I wonder which change it was that did this. I feel like it may not be possible to get rid of tile IDs because I won't always have access to the shader buffer. Hmm. I wonder if I should try and do it from in here too. I mean, it's possible that what I've done is just unbelievably slow. And so it's not even able to open the window yet. We try building it on release mode to test that theory. Just to see what's what. A little bit of a pause. I feel like I'm drilling down to the point where I sort of understand what's going on, but it's it's anyone's guess, really. We got some ads in a sec. Oh, did I do a build and not a run? Damn it. Nope. It's just completely not able to open. And it doesn't look like it's ever going to. Wonder why. I'll just leave it sitting for a sec to see if it does anything, but I doubt it. Whatever I'm doing, it really doesn't like it. While I'm doing that, I might just look at Bevy Engine and see if anybody has reported any issues recently. No issues, just code. GPU readback. Read back data from the GPU using both the storage buffer. Oh, this is kind of what we're doing, right? Won't do anything terribly exciting in the ads. Not that I do anything terribly exciting outside the ads. Oh, we need to enable the copy source usage so that we can copy the buffer to the CPU. What? Hmm. Single channel storage texture. Texture usages storage binding. Hmm. To shader type. We got 3 pull requests. Okay. So nothing going on too major there. I do wonder about that GPU readback thing, whether it otherwise we can't copy the data back to the CPU. So there could easily be something that I'm missing here. Well, we're certainly not getting anywhere here. I can't even kill it. God damn it. I guess it's going to have updates in it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we can't even open a window with what we're doing, which implies something really bad. Can't even get the window open. Mutable reference to the asset. Supports anything that implements into asset A, which includes handle. Okay. What happens if we remove the update function and run it again? Just going to do it in a separate, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. Builds it and dies. All right. So something in the initial stage is just completely blowing up, I guess. Does it even let me quit? No. So we'll do a kill. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. uh, where is it even? Maybe it died because Vim's terminal died. Yeah, we seem to be back in the terminal. No, we're not. Wow. Everything is dying on me. Just check to make sure we haven't still got a process running. Doesn't look like we do. So let's go back to Bevy fast tilemap. And updates. All right, so something in the initial startup is killing it. If we don't do this, will it run? No. Wait, what's this warning? Consider giving a map an explicit type where the type parameter for type C is specified. I didn't see that before. Cannot satisfy customization. Why was it able to determine that when we do this, but not before? Interesting. Hmm. Well, it turns out we don't need storage buffer handle anyway. I don't think. Because we're not querying for it. All right, or should we be? No, because it's stored on map. It should be fine. But maybe we should do this. Oh, no, we do. Nope, doesn't like that. Only allowed, right, not in impl. Okay. Being phased out, it'll become a hard error in a future release. Good to know. Okay. So the error is, we go down here. Type annotations needed for map. All right. Well, what if we do this? Same problem. So it's dying on startup. I apparently have a real talent for killing things off. Let's try that one. Okay, so in the builder, what are we doing that might lead it to just deadlock? We're creating the builder. Who's pinging me? Hmm. Okay. So we're creating the builder. Everything else is default. Including the handles shader storage texture, which is on this. But somewhere it's dying. I wonder if it would let me debug. Let's try, oh, what about build and set? So that feels like where it's most likely to be dying. It's calling build and initialize, and then we use mset buffer. Let's try putting a breakpoint here and seeing if anything explodes. It's a build, not a run. I could try. I don't know what will happen. Path not found. Target debug examples. Pixel tile 16. That's because the assets directory isn't copied to the debug. I think. So it's just running right now, like it hasn't hit any kind of breakpoint at all. I wonder if it would if I set the breakpoint here. I think just because it's building but not running. What does this one mean again? Couldn't set the breakpoint maybe? That's not going to be terribly useful. Oh yeah, looks like it failed on that one too. Maybe because it's a closure. Could we even get some debug output? Let's find out. No, it gets the closure at least once. Okay. Can I kill it? Probably not, right? No. Okay. What else can we do? We can go to set and we can see if this is being called and what's happening there. Debug, what would we debug? The shader storage buffer data? I don't think you can do that because you can't, I don't know, just debug that it called. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's getting repeatedly called. A lot. Okay. Over and over and over and over and over again. So, but it never gets to the point where it can open a window. So am I just continuously replacing it with new shader storage buffers and that's why it can't? I thought I was just passing a mutable reference to the same one. It's just calling the same function over and over again. It'd probably be quite good if we punctuated this with calls to change map. Oh, this is before change map. We're not even running change map. This is the initialization. It just keeps, it gets locked calling this. Okay. This is all build and set. So why would it happen? It must be stuck in some kind of weird loop. We can't even kill it. Okay. All right. Now, there must be a reason this is happening. So we know we call this. Oh, wait a sec. mset is getting called using the buffer and passing the initializer. But I bet the fact that we're calling buffer set data is somehow re-triggering the whole process. I mean, I assume if we don't do it here, then we'll get something, we'll get a window to open, right? Nope. Oh, yes. Okay, good. All right, so we're getting, yeah. All right, so it's that call that's the problem. And somehow it re-triggers the whole cascade. Build and initialize with this indexer. With this initializer. What is the initializer actually? Where's that defined? Oh, so build and set. Maybe the initializer is the thing that needs to take the buffer. All it's doing is passing something with no arguments and returning 2. Wait, what does that do? The callback will receive a UVAC and return a U32. Is 2 a color? I don't understand. Oh, it's the tile ID. No? Oh, I'm so confused. F is just the function, which takes a map index and mute C. size Y, size X, then it calls mset with the initializer and with the buffer. It's almost like the buffer should be an argument to the initializer, but no, we kind of want to offload the person who's using the library. I'm a little confused about what the initializer actually does. So this is going to be X, Y, and then the number 2, and then a buffer. What is V? Could you not have used a longer argument name? Tile IDs index equals V. So V is always going to be 2. I don't understand. So we can get the window to open if we do that, but if we try and set the buffer, set data in the buffer, it all falls down. I wonder why. What is it about calling set data that leads to disaster? Wait, it sets it to the given shader type. Size is value, size, get as use size. The wrapper is storage buffer, thick U8. Wait, U8? What is a shader type? Base trait for all WDSL host shareable types. So if we look at storage shader, no, shader storage. Set data. 0 to 5 map. And then colors. Collect vec F32 for as slice. It doesn't bother setting a type. Let's find out how many of these build and initialize calls are happening. Hopefully just one. Yeah, just one. And then it just continually calls set. Hmm. How does... Hmm. We can write into the shader storage buffer. But if we do this, it just never ends. So what about doing that triggers calling another set? Or am I barking up the wrong tree entirely? What's map size? Oh, 1024, 1024. Let's bring that down, shall we? See if it makes any difference. Hey, we got a window. Okay. So we've proven two things. One is that what we're doing is not going to be scalable. The other is that it's not because we were calling. It's slow, I think, is what we've proven. It's very slow to do it this way. So interestingly, can we now add back the update? And will that kill it? Won't kill it, but we certainly don't get any display. Yeah, so doing this is very, very slow. But it does run. It certainly doesn't display anything. So I'm starting to wonder if there's something I need to do in the shader itself to handle this change. Um, or for that matter, didn't we re-index? I want to say we re-indexed shaders so that the assignment, the numbers, what do you call it? No, not the shader. What is it called when you assign numbers to the The bindings. We changed the bindings, didn't we? I say we, like I had a hand in it. Hmm. Maybe we could compare the bindings from this. Storage is group 2, binding O. That's the only thing that's being passed in, so it's not a very good example. But we could look at other shaders. Bar storage, read. Array vec, F32.5, but we don't necessarily know how big, right? So how is that defined in code? In the example, for example. Where's our material? Storage O, read only. I wonder if it's going to care that this read is not passed. Group 2, binding O. So what have I got? Group 2 binding O is map. Group 2 binding 100 is storage. The only thing I can think that's different is that. Oh, you know what? It wouldn't display because we're not spawning it anymore. Should we try spawning it just for the hell of it? Oh, I'm such a noob. Oh, we panicked. Hey, something changed. Unwrap on a none value. Updates. RS. Yes. Okay. So first of all, let's get rid of it. Ooh, 34. I love it when I get a new error. It opens up so many possibilities. Well, we got FPS, probably because we're not drawing anything. Okay, unwrap on a null value. What? A none value, the buffer? Or the map. Because that could provide us with a clue. So let's get a clue. We like clues. We're very fond of clues. Line 8356. It's the buffer. Okay. So that is not a thing. Or at least the map texture, what? The buffer that we think we have just doesn't exist, or map texture is a handle shader storage texture, shader storage buffer, I think. Yeah. Um, okay. So why would it not be there? It's a weak handle. That's probably not a good thing. Why wouldn't it be a strong handle? Why would we be storing a weak handle? It's pretty old, but let's just look at the definitions. Okay, automatically unload unused assets after the last handle is dropped. Clone weak, clone strong. Oh no, clone creates strong. So maybe I do need to hang on to this handle in a component. Now that I've deleted the whole damn thing. Um, shit. Is that true? Is that what's happening? It's just getting despawned. I bet that's what's happening. I bet the buffer handle here is getting despawned and therefore the asset is getting tidied up. So we probably do need to hang on to it, which means we need to do it in Builder, which means I needed all of that code after all. I don't suppose I still have it. In the undo buffer. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's do it anyway. Hopefully I can do it faster this time. Substitute app handle with what? Storage buffer handle. There we go. That'll be a good start. Shared storage buffer. Oh, and that doesn't need to be there anymore. From handle shader storage buffer. Mm, why is it called tilemap? Oh, right. It's not called tilemap. Um, let's figure that out in a sec. And this needs to be called buffer. And what's the problem with this? Oh, this is still generic. Okay. We got there in the end. Now, this is in map, but actually we need this for map builder kind of. Anyway, we'll map handle C, that's correct. Is this builder? No, this is bundle. Let's go to close a few of these, close a few of these. And go back to our example. Okay, now, under builder, my brain is starting to slow to a crawl, even slower than it was. Build and set, I think, is what's going to need to. Actually, map bundle managed is what's going to need it. Actually, just the buffer handle is what we need for this one. Okay, so this gets past a buffer handle, which is a reference to, oh, probably just a handle shader storage buffer. And we're creating a map bundle managed. So this is going to need to be pub storage buffer shader storage buffer handle. Yeah, we do actually need the handle to be created at the time of creation. um, unless we do it ourselves. Huh. But then how do we get it to pass to the map creation? In fact, we could just pull the shader storage buffer handle off of map, and then we wouldn't need to pass it at all, right? Now we need to clone it and not weak clone it. Hmm. Can I do it this way? Maybe I should take it back and pass the value after all. Okay. So we store one of those. All right. Um, that should keep the buffer around, I think. Maybe that's been our problem this whole time. Let's take update out of the equation again. Nope, still nothing visible. And too high an FPS to think that we're actually doing anything. But at least it's running. Let's add this back out and we'll query for the storage buffer handle. Actually, maybe we don't need to now that we've ensured that we're going to keep it around. Let's get rid of this. Just see what adding the updates back again does. Panics. Okay, so we still don't have a storage buffer, right? Same line, 87. Yeah, bugger. Map Mac texture. So let's query for it. We're querying for map handle. Which is just a marker component, I guess. Oh, customization. Yeah, it looks like it's a marker component. Um, so how can I add? We could do this. Like so. And then this becomes Oh, really? Oh, this is querying for right. This is querying for materials. That's bad. Um, it's this that's the problem. Okay. Wonder if that's still going to crash. Yep. 92 this time, though. Same thing, probably. Oh, no. Different. Interesting. Why is it panicking there? Okay, so um, what was the crash again? Attempt to subtract with overflow. Oh, maybe because I changed the size, you think? It's probably expecting a 1024 or whatever. Was it 1024? I want to say it was. This will probably just slow it to a crawl again. Yep. Oh dear. What about 100? Can we run that? Well, yes. Very, very slowly we can with 4 FPS. Frame time 144 milliseconds. God damn. Is it getting worse? No, it's pretty bad. Oh dear. Okay. But at least it doesn't die. But still, we've got nothing on the screen. Okay, so what have we proven? I know bugger all about renderers. And we're coming up to the 5 hour mark. So I need to spend some time doing some music for the last hour of the stream. Oh, she's going back again. My partner arrived in the driveway and then disappeared again. Maybe she's turning around. Okay. Much confusion, but that's okay. We will actually set this to 50, see if we can get some kind of performance out of it. I have no idea what's going on. There'll be something stupid I'm doing. Probably copying back and forth to the GPU once a frame or something like that. Well, we got some performance and it doesn't crash. So that's good. But we certainly don't have any kind of data in the buffers. Okay, we're going to play some ads and I'm going to quit out of here and set up for some music in the meantime. Committed to do an hour of music a day. So I'm going to try and do that. And we'll change our category on stream to music. Hey, Matt. I'll be back in a tick once the ads are finished. Well, thank you for expressing joy. I appreciate that. Okay, so where were we up to with this? I don't know if I read that out. What happens if we could potentially still use these, but we've got that on record, so we can. I don't know. I feel like it needs some kind of melodic note to it other than just all these random sounds. Um, so what are these? Might be too much going on there. Need to add in something else. Also, maybe base. Um, yeah. Huh. All right, we can play around with that for a little bit. Man, I really need a keyboard at some point. Okay, let's try. All right, and then we can get some kind of. I think you can quantize these. Because we're going to need it to syncopate a little bit. So at the moment, it's just going to be jumbled. Yeah, that's far too slow. And so we need to mute this. In fact, mute pretty much everything. Okay, so what happens when we quantize this? Can we quantize this? How do we quantize this? Quantize. Hey, come back here. Quantize. Didn't do really what I wanted. Quantize dot dot dot. 1/16th, 1/8th, 1/4. What about 1/32nd? Okay, I don't really understand how that works. Let's shorten these up. Just okay, so let's try. Hey, Fanny, how you doing? Hope you're feeling okay today. So we'll copy those into here. And then I think we'll end up with is that what I want? Go to E. One side effect of doing this on Bitwig is I always write things in C major. I need to branch out. Okay. Yes, we can keep copying those. Hey, everybody. Welcome home. And then we should end up with and then copy that to get the note length. Copy that. And we end up with, this will be so much easier on a keyboard. We end up with something like that. um, it's weird that it finishes there. Why does it finish at 2.1? I think what I actually needed was this. Oh, no, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's too long. That's what's going on. I could just write the note on a page. I'd probably be better off. But that's okay. We're learning. That is what's going on. We're just learning. So we got to give ourselves a break. And to the B. To the C. And to the D. That gets us to the 3 count. And then we copy just to see what the effect is. Whoa, not the whole thing. Stop that. Stop that immediately. What are you doing? Wasn't quite what I meant. It's actually kind of weird. Oh, hey, Ruby. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Okay, so that gives us that. And then we stop doing that. And we introduce it back in here. And we have no idea where that takes us. Oh, everything's muted. Okay, so levels all wrong for that. Let's bring that out heaps more. Somewhere here. Would you repeat it? I guess you'd repeat it. Oh, not that. No, stop. This one. What's the desktop audio level like coming across the stream? Is it too loud, not loud enough? Okay, so we can take that and do weird things to it. Because we like doing weird things to shit. So I would take it into octaves, right? It's possibly a little unnecessary. Let's try it with that one, but I think we might need to tweak it a little. Yeah, it sounds a bit weird. Let's try. Taking this block and getting rid of it entirely. And then copy this. This needs to go to the F. Whoa, not the whole thing though. There. The noises that makes are not good. So I want that to kind of good if there's a way to play a section of this. Get rid of that. Those. these. Oh, that was not what I thought it was going to be. It's funny how it sounds in your head. Hmm. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Nope, that's not what I thought either. Yeah, that's actually kind of what we want. So if we take that and repeat, then we end up with yeah, okay, cool. So off to that, back off mute. I wonder if there's an unmute all. It'd be quite helpful. Um, and then I think I want a section that's this, but just the last part. So duplicate. And then delete. Oh, no, that's not what we wanted. How dare you? How dare you? No. Stop. Bad. There. Backspace. Copy. Actually, just move. Yeah. And then shorter. So it's just a shrimpy with section. Definitely retro gaming vibes. And then silence. Whoa, not that. Copy that. And that comes into the last of this measure. And then we're back into this. Yeah, I think probably a bass of some sort, right? So let's just see where we're vibing here. Yeah, it's too long. So we need like half of this. And just drag it back. And this could easily be the kind of music that someone would just silence as soon as they started playing the game, but that's fine. We don't care. We're learning. We can make mistakes. It's all good. Okay, so kind of playing through this. Oh, wait, where did my drums go? Oh, I see. I kind of overwrote them. There we go. Yeah. I actually think I want more drums. Where's the volume? There we go. Not too much more, but enough, right? Yeah. Okay, and what's the time? Oh, yeah, we got half an hour. So, what about bass? Because what about the bass? Is it really all about it? Why have I got no sound out of that? Feels like the level might be quite low, but it's hard to tell. Why am I getting nothing? Let's find out. I'm not hearing anything. But it's recording notes. What are these? C7. Are they just too high? I'm getting no sound out of that at all. Does it just not support that particular note? That can't be right. Okay. Let's try a different bass. Maybe for some reason this one's not working. Oh, that is high. Oh, that's low. I mean, quiet. Bone bass. That's kind of funny. No, too much. No. For some reason, this one doesn't work at all. Don't know why. Neither does that. Bass clarinet. Now that's something. No, maybe not. Hey, New Jank, how you doing? 'Cause, 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 Okay, so let's assume we can use that and just muck around with. Oh, that's a lot louder than I expected. Yeah, good. Just cruising towards the end of the stream. We've got about another 20 minutes or so in it, and just doing some music to finish out. Thinking retro gamey type. I don't know. I'm thinking Speedball 2 vibes, but I'm sure it didn't have a soundtrack like this. It would have been much better. So what do I need? It's like yeah, something similar to that. Maybe down an octave, but let's stop that and then see where we get to. Where are my notes? There are my notes. Get rid of this for a start. Cut and paste here. All right, now I'm sure you can quantize these, right? Select all, no. Doesn't really do anything. I need to understand how that feature works. Some Bitwig expert will one day tell me. We need to stop those so that we can hear what's going on. Okay. So what about down an octave? Hey, scroll down. Better, one assumes. Okay. Well, what would happen if that was the same throughout? Does it even come close to fitting? Growl bass. So growly. Oh, it's not the right length? Why isn't it the right length? What? Oh, how have we ended up doing that? I didn't even notice that. Oh well, doesn't matter, I guess, as long as it's in roughly the right place. How did we end up doing that? Oh, is it slightly too long? No? Weird. Okay, so what happens if, I'm sure we'll need to vary it, but let's just find out. Oh, everything's muted again. I definitely need an unmute all keybind. Wow, that's really quiet. Oh, this is Bitwig Studio. Bitwig. Wait, is it Bitwig Studio? I just call it Bitwig. Okay, so bass kind of works. It's a bit repetitive, but you know what? Don't care too much. What? I think we need to bring that back or something to counterpoint it, right? I maybe we use the piano instead. Wait, why? 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 No, bad. Thank you. Does everything else have to go on mute, or can we just do that? Oh, whoops. Wow. That's very harmonious. Huh. Let's just stop that and we'll reposition everything. Really wish I had a keyboard. Yeah, I probably should stop dragging those. They're just really annoying. Oh, it even plays the sound when you copy it. Maybe I should mute it while I drag these around. Actually, it needs to be G, right? And then paste. And then copy. Oh no, that should be an F, right? Why you no play? Yeah. Could end up getting annoying, but you know what? Let's roll with it. Because we're just practicing, so it doesn't matter. It's all just practice. And one day it won't be practice and we won't even know it. So make that a 4 measure again. Actually, just take the whole thing and transpose it up. Transpose that. There's probably a command to do that. I just don't know what it is. Okay. So let's bring that in here. It's probably going to be super annoying. And I'll hate it. But not going to be able to tell unless you try it. Make it a little quieter so that it's not quite so piercing. Is there a way we can actually moderate the sound itself a little? Hmm. Okay, let's try another one. Actually, hang on. Maybe we can change. Is it this device panel? That's mixer. Why can I not bring up the device panel? Aha. Okay, so that's growl bass. I don't want growl bass. I want you, this thing. Device panel. Seriously, the buttons on the Linux version of this do not work well at all. I don't understand why that's there, but never mind. And why is this highlighted in blue? All these things I'm curious about. All right. Well, let's set that aside for now then. And just do another version of this, which is duplicate. And remove that. Select and drag. Whoa. No, bad. Let's just mute this while we do that. Um, I want to kind of slow it down a little bit so it's not quite so insistent. Kind of. No, stop that. And then B to C. To the A. Actually, kind of extend these out a little. These need to extend to fill that space. Same pattern, different notes. Whoa. And then this grab and adjust. So it's going to be like wait, why are you not playing? Wait, am I missing something here? What's in? Oh, we got more than. What's happening here? I've got more than one. Yeah, I've missed some notes here. What? Am I editing the wrong thing? Oh, so what was I? Oh, now I'm confused. Yeah, that's going to have to be. No, 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 no. Something like that. Yeah, there you go. So tick this off, put that there. You end up with. Forgot to do this. Sure, you can just drag those out. I need to test that at some point. probably repeat that block. No. No, 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 no. There you go. It really reminds me of like an 80s pop show, except with less saxophone. And then we just need actually, how can we, why is that? Has to be playing for that to work, I think, to just get an individual note on rather than using the scenes. Oh, we'll just do it this way. And then open that. Into the row. And extend it. And do the same with the bass. uh. Okay, and single drum hit. Single cymbal hit. Single everything. Actually, just duplicate this is the easiest way of going about it, I guess. And then just edit out the rest of them. What else have we got on here? Is it just one sound or? Yeah. Can you extend it? How to finish things. Don't know how to finish things. You could always duplicate some sections in the middle if it's a bit short. Duplicate, not copy. Double this. And delete the rest of it. And do we have just a symbol? Okay, and drag that onto, oh, can this ring? And I guess this for the last note as well. Oh, can I undo that? I didn't want to change that. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere, sort of. Let's just see how this goes through. This time I am almost out of time. Perfect timing, actually. I kept it in the background, but I think this will be just get it. Really only 60 seconds of using that. Hmm. Okay. Well, not too bad. Worth saving. Not too bad. All right. And it's 6 hours, which means it's time to raid out before there's another ad break. Who's on? Let's just do the old team shout out again. Oh, apparently my bot has died. Not that. Yes, it has. There we go. It's back. Robitussin. All right. Easy. Snooze. Roby. Rate the Roby. The bot has spoken. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. See you next time.